Happy Thursday, everybody. We're back for another stream. And I'm kind of thinking about what we should do for studying today. Do we draw these like perspective block gestures again? I feel like that was a good workout yesterday. It was hard, but that's usually a good sign. So maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Alright. My workout was a little bit longer today, so if you see me just kind of like zoning out, it's probably because I pushed it a little too much. And now I'm like physically feeling really tired. But I think I'm with it enough. So as long as my arm can move, we're gonna be alright. Alright, so I'm playing Horizons Volume 2 by Joseph Burdock. Shout out to Joe. This song's pretty upbeat. Maybe it'll give me the energy to, you know, complete. Let me put these in a folder. Hold up. Complete my warm-ups on time. I'm gonna run in a little bit also late today. We're already going on like 2:30. So I'm gonna have to hurry up. I think I'll just name this the date I drew it. 18, 20, 26. Okie dokie. Let's grab a reference. Righto. Here we go. Maybe we do some... I should probably set a timer, guys. Because we don't have unlimited time. And I want to make sure we fit everything in. Maybe like 20 minutes. We're really gonna... We're not gonna have a ton of time today. I can do this. Alright, I'm not gonna put the pictures in on the screen because it takes time. And so because we're gonna speed run this, I'm just gonna draw what I see up on Pinterest. And you guys just have to have faith and believe that I drew it properly. Because there do be times where I will, like, if y'all ever see me post on my Instagram story some gesture drawing and I don't show the reference, it's probably because it didn't turn out so good. It looks better without the reference because nobody knows any better. But if you see I put the reference with it, then you know I nailed it. And I'm trying to, you know, flex. Because it doesn't happen often, and when it happens, you gotta take that moment to appreciate that you actually got things to work how you wanted it to. That's one thing I've learned over time. Is like there's nothing wrong with feeling good about some pieces you make. And there's nothing wrong about feeling bad about some pieces you make. I do notice that, like, there are certain family members where I can't say around them that I didn't like a piece that I did because they have a hard time understanding that just because I'm not satisfied that I don't I think maybe they think I'm going to quit art because they think that if I don't like everything I make, then it means I'm gonna quit. I don't know. I haven't actually figured it out, but what I have figured out is that around certain people, you shouldn't admit that, you know, maybe it could have been better or you wish you had done something differently. Just be like, yeah, thank you. Or here's what I learned, guys. This one I use on my family all the time. I say, the piece was really hard and I learned a lot. They love hearing that because to them, they're like, oh my gosh, it's like positive. She's not saying she hates it. Yeah, so I gotta be selective who I'm honest with. But on stream, you guys will hear me all the time where I'll be like, it turned out terrible. It looks like trash. Because sometimes it does. And I just feel like I need, when I'm working, like talking to myself, I have to be honest with myself, you know? Like if you can't be honest with yourself, it's a lonely world. That said, I do feel like I've gotten better where like if I make a bad piece of art, I've been drawing and making art long enough that I realize it's not the end of the world and it's not forever. So there is that bonus where there's just like when you're first starting, you don't know if you'll ever be able to make a good piece again, you know? Because you don't really understand 100% what you're doing. But once you've been in it so long, you realize it's not magic. Some days you're with it, some days you're not. And that's all right. I feel like for me, it's like 50-50, like, which is kind of tough. Like to have 50% of my days not that with it. Not fantastic. But to have 50 days where I am with it, not 50 days, 50% of my days, you know, that I am with it. I'm always grateful for that. I feel like the more I study and like build up my skills, the less bad days are a problem. Because even if like I'm having a really hard time kind of getting into like flow state and like my perception of proportion is especially bad that day, yeah, I can always fall back on like tricks that I can use to try and make up for my lacking ability to see. So that's why we're studying character design and whatnot, because on those bad days, I normally just have to like kind of push those projects to the back burner, and I would really love to have the skill set where I can kind of push through and keep doing it even when I'm having bad days. Because that's, you know, it's really important, because you're working on a client project, you don't get the, oh, I'll just take a day off until I feel better. Like, no, you got to get it done, and you have to have it done when they need it done. So that's why I feel like such a need to just constantly be improving my skills so that I don't have any bad days. Well, it's not that I won't have them, it's that I'll have the skill set that it won't matter, because I'll be able to just kind of power through and rely on tips and tricks and the basics to kind of get me through. So that's the plan. That is the plan. So I've just been drawing these like box people, trying to practice. Oh, the angle's way too. I was doing like perspective type poses yesterday, but today I just want to do poses that are a little bit more regular, just to kind of really like reinforce like the form and like which angle the shoulders and the torso and the hips and the legs, like everything's at. Sometimes I think when I get on a little bit of autopilot, I'm not always paying enough attention to like which planes are facing which way. And so this has been a fun exercise to kind of make me pay a little more attention to that. Yesterday I drew a character and I forgot to put in the hips, and it looked really, really whack. So I have to make sure I remember to do that today. It just went from like upper torso into the legs. I was like, why is this pose not working? And then it hit me. Maybe we can do some perspective ones today. We'll see. Those arms kind of like coming forward. But it's not really coming forward too much. It's tough when you're working with these boxes, trying to like where the joints kind of come in, I just have them like float, you know. I guess I could put in like kind of like those toys where they have like the ball joint so it can rotate. I'm gonna do something like that. Just do a box for the hand. And I think it's probably seeing this side here. If his arm was a box, what would it look like? So today, this morning I worked on putting the text into the children's book, which I was doing yesterday, and I was like, that was so boring, especially for you guys to have to watch. So I did that this morning instead, so I don't have to do it on stream. And instead, I'm gonna work on a new art collection because I've pretty much finished everything from my floral medley collection, and we need a new one. So I have some ideas, and I'm not gonna spoil it. I'll show you guys later, but I'm excited to kind of show you guys what I'm thinking. I haven't fully figured out exactly how I want to draw the collection, like art style wise. I know like what it's gonna be, like the subject, but I'm still in like the phase where I want to figure out how I want to draw everything and picking out kind of like color palettes. So I thought that might be kind of fun to do on stream with you guys. We get to test a bunch of brushes and art styles and just kind of see which one feels right. Yeah, I feel like this will probably get turned, actually. Needs to be turned more. I need to exaggerate these poses more. Put joint in there. Yeah, I'm excited to do that. Tomorrow I'm gonna go through, so I got all the text in. And then tomorrow I'm gonna go and just kind of check it over, and then I'm gonna export all the files and send it to my aunt and see what she thinks about it. And then once we get feedback from her, then we can start working on making those changes and then illustrating the book finally, which is gonna be fun. So hopefully, I mean, she's pretty busy with school right now, so I don't know how long it'll take her to like get to look over it. So it could be a couple weeks or not. I'm not really sure. But thinking positively, we could be working on the illustrations next week. In fact, you know what we could do while we're waiting, guys? What we could do is we could work out like the color palette for each, like the pages, and we can do kind of like rough thumbnails. A little. I did see some spots where I'm gonna have to adjust the characters, their positioning. So not a big deal, but definitely gonna need some adjusting. Yeah, these are kind of fun to draw. How many minutes do we got left? 8 minutes? Okay. Maybe let's do... So the other day I was drawing, like, I drew this triangle. And then I drew like little eyes, and before I know it, I had like a rat. And so I created like this little rat character that's just built out of like triangles. And I was like, maybe we could do some characters just out of random shapes. So maybe we'll do, let's just choose a shape. You know, we were just doing boxes. Let's do a character that's kind of made out of boxes. We could choose an animal. What do I want? How about a cow? I feel like cows are kind of boxy, so maybe a cow. Just gonna be the head. And we'll make the horns like this. It's kind of giving... Oh wait, those could be the... No wait, the ears should be like... Should be like this. I get to see cows whenever I want, since we have 2 cows. So I'm pretty familiar with how cows look, which is an upside. Granted, I am scared of them. Minecraft cow. I mean, they're so big, you know? And they're a little bit like goats, where like they just kind of do their thing, and you know, they don't mean to hurt people, but they are big, so you know, if you get in the way, you might get run over. I feel like for one cow, her like hips always stick out a lot because she's a dairy cow. Maybe this will be, her name's Holly. This can be Holly. Very straight tail. There we go. How should we do the legs? I'd kind of like if they were like kind of together. Shoulder. And then the hooves, pretty blocky. And so legs, they usually come like this and back out. I don't want to get too detailed, you know? That's kind of cute. The tail can come up here a little. I mean, it looks a little funny. I think the head needs moved over a little. Hold up, I got this, guys. There we go. Cows' necks aren't super long. Like, I feel like horses' necks look longer, but they're also not that short. There we go. I feel like the back slopes in a little bit. Alright, what other shape could we do? And we could do one of those triangle rats. What I was kind of doing is I was choosing poses from Pinterest. And then I was making the rat kind of like do the pose, which was a little bit challenging. Let's do this pose. Okay, so the triangle. I did like flatten out the top of the triangle though. And then I usually put the eyes. I was putting the eyes like on the point. And then the mouth was kind of like that. And then I put a little nose. And then the teeth were like out here. And I just put the bottom out there. And then for the ears, I just kind of like, wait, how did I do the ears? I will put the ears like that. That's kind of cute. It was also giving like Sid the Sloth from Ice Age, which I didn't hate. And I'll just simplify the hands into maybe like 3 fingers. I love it. Look at those hands. They're so perfect. Okay, how was I doing the feet? Oh, we need a tail. I feel like something like that. This foot I think would probably face like this way. The toes. I think their feet are like longish, if I remember right. Or if they're like guinea pigs, because we used to have guinea pigs. Behold the rat. Okay, that was fun. What else? What other character we could do? How many minutes we got? 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Right. Let's do a character with ovals. So maybe draw a big oval. How about like a penguin? But like, he's not impressed with the world. Not quite as cute as like Reggie. How do I... Okay, oval arms. Right now he looks like a pickle. Okay. That's because the coloring needs to be. And then oval feet. Put a little collage on the end. Because I think penguins are like ducks where they have little talons on the end of their flippers. I kind of have to look at a picture of a penguin. I know I draw one all the time, guys. I should know this. Well, there's so many different types of penguins too. This is how people actually... Hold up. This seems to be how they do them in cartoons. Like this part. Get a line. Oh wait, it goes all the way into the beak. There we go. What if we gave him like a chin? Just to kind of separate. I think his eyes need to be bigger. It's kind of creepy looking. I like it. It's kind of like the rats over here, like, behold. Oops. I almost caught off his hand. Behold the penguin. Maybe he had little... He needs like a little feather stick up on top of his head. Just a little better. I think it's mostly his wings that are bothering me. Alright, we have 23 seconds. I don't have time for these adjustments. There we go. Maybe he's coming in for a hug. Guys, we did good. All right, that's it for warm-ups. Let's move on to the Reggie origin board. But first, we need to put these into our... We are the 19th. We need to put these into our little file where I'm keeping track of our daily progress. Let me open the file. And then we're gonna work on timing and pray that I don't have to do any in-between sketches to fix the timing. That's what I'm really hoping for. Because it took me way too long yesterday to work out. So it was like that one scene that I wanted to add. I feel like that cow has potential. The penguin, maybe not. But the cow and the rat, I feel like those characters have potential. Maybe the next children's book I write could be about a cow and a rat. I don't know. Alright. Let's get Blender rolling after we save this file. Let's get Blender out. I should also grab my character reference chart for Reggie. Because we're gonna need that. Loading. You know what I want to do, guys? I really love Cookie Monster. And I want to do like wall art. Like, I don't know exactly what yet. But I really like Cookie Monster. And so I want to do some type of like art for my room that has Cookie Monster. I don't know what, I don't know how, and I don't know what medium. All I know is that it needs to be Cookie Monster and it needs to be art. And I want it in my room. So I'm keeping that on like my back burner. But I have so many other things I need to be actually doing, so it's not gonna be happening just yet. Alright, we got our character chart here. Let's get Blender rolling. But yeah, I want to do Cookie Monster. I want to get like, you know how they make like sweaters? This one's a little fuzzy, but they make them like fuzzier. I want to get like an extra fuzzy sweater, but in like the same blue that Cookie Monster is. Like sweater goals. All right, it's loading open. Okay. I think I need to run it back and see, because we got to work from the beginning. Or this is the end, so. All right, we're coming up to seam where I added. Ignore that one, guys. Ignore that one. Okay, hold up. Didn't hate the beginning, but I don't know why that feels like such a big jump. Maybe what we need to do, this frame, this whole frame, let me unlock these layers. What if we just pulled it out just a hair so that when we get that next should we move the background too? I just checked out my other monitor, get a better feel for it. You know, maybe it's because, see how I don't have the floor behind them and suddenly it's behind them? I think that's why it also feels really jolting. Not to mention we go from like torso up into like full character filling the frame. Well, you know what? I have to go through and I have to erase out that anyway because I'm not going to put color fills on these. So maybe we just do that now. It doesn't have to be beautiful. I'm just going to loosely go through and do it. You know, it's fitting that we're listening to Joe's Horizon album because it's kind of like the Reggie album. Because he has Reggie as the... I did the cover art for both the Horizon albums, and it's always Reggie with an accordion. I said to Joe, I'm like, you make Horizons 3, and I refuse to make the cover art if I have to paint another accordion. Because the... Let me see if I can find it for you guys. There's so many little buttons like on an accordion, and trying to get it like all accurate was insane. Granted, the second one turned out a lot better, but it was just like, you know how there's people who are really skilled at like drawing cars and architecture? I feel like you need that kind of skill set when you're also doing like instruments, especially an accordion. And I do not have like that technical skill set. I do a lot better with like organic type things, you know? Anytime it comes to like something that's structural, it's not fantastic. Okay, where is that file? Am I gonna be in here? Okay, so this is Horizons Volume 2, the one we're listening to right now. This is the album cover I made. It took a hot minute to get that accordion done. Let's see if we can zoom into it a little bit. But like, see all these? And so I got smart. See how they needed like a drop shadow? What I did is I copied the file. I think I made it like a multiplied layer. And then I just kind of like used the arrow keys on my keyboard and just tapped it over rather than trying to paint like a shadow on each one. And then you can see I definitely got pretty painterly here with the whatever that part's called. But it's tough because like when you play an accordion, it doesn't like perfectly like vertically fan out. Like sometimes you just pull open like the bottom, or at least that's what I've seen. So yeah, there was that. And then trying to get, so like the angle was gonna be like this way for one, but it needed to be like this way for the other. And so I had to create like vanishing points for each one. It was just so many like guidelines, and it got messy. But it worked out. It's not perfect, but it did the trick, you know? So here we go, Reggie. The easiest part was like everything else, of course. Like I paint trees, I paint like grass and whatnot. Like that was easy. Absolutely love this one though because of the fall color. It's like I've like have a growing love for like orange and yellow, like painting with and stuff. And so I really, really, really enjoyed painting this one. And I can show you guys my first one that I did. I did a lot better job capturing like the curvature of the earth in that one. And I think I did a better job like getting like Reggie's character to feel, I don't know, to blend with the background. But this one I created like a year before the other one. And you can just kind of see how my style developed and the way I approached it was very different. So here's one or two. And then here's the first one. This one, I wasn't thinking in terms of, I don't remember why. I thought maybe he was using it for like his YouTube like thumbnail, so it needed to be like wider. But when I created the composition for this second one, I knew that it was going to be for an album cover at that point because it wasn't my first one. And so I created everything with the intention that it was going to be a square like canvas size, which changes a lot because when you work vertically, you know, you have a lot more space. Like, show you guys. This is actually what it looked like. Hope I don't crash my PC by opening all these. This is actually the whole thing. So you can see it was a lot wider. We have like the whole stream coming in. But then I realized, I don't know, somewhere along the line, he was like, oh, it needs to be square. And I really regret because like we have this apple tree up here on the left, which is fun. And we get this like nice rock back here and this one too. And like the water, but it didn't quite fit in like once I cropped it. But we got the water still, but I feel like the rocks really added that like Animal Crossing's vibe to the whole thing. But I feel like the house was a win. But I think what bothers me most about this one that I wish I would do different is just Reggie himself. His character designs changed a lot as I drew and painted him more, so you know that's inevitable. But this one, I feel like I like the texture on his feathers and his eyes better, and he has like a cute little sweater. I like the sweater better than I like the it's got a little shirt with carrots on it. I'm not sure why I chose carrots. I was like asking Joe, I'm like, it could have little prints on it. I think he wanted carrots on it some reason. So yeah. There's the two album covers. I also like how this one, like the signpost is like for the title of the album. I think it makes more sense. So the other one is like, it looks more like the intro screen to a game, you know, where like the title will pop down, so like it's on chains or whatever. But here, like the signpost is more part of the environment and it's not like layered in, so it makes a little bit more sense. That's really just a design choice. Neither one's right or wrong. All right, back to this. Oh, that's right, we were racing out. Yeah, let's see how it feels once I do this. And once we finish, guys, this one, I'm going to update Blender because I'm behind on so many updates. And I'm going to get my add-ons updated as well. And so it'll be kind of fun seeing what were the new features they added to it. And I've heard grease pencils had a lot of changes. So we might spend some time playing around with those before we start the third version. Let's see how that plays. That was a little less jarring. I kind of like that better. Oh, we gotta erase out. All right, let's work on this timing. After we do, make sure this is clear on all the parts. Okay, there we go. Do, 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 do. Oh, I like this song. What is this one called? This one's track number 2, 9 a.m. This one has good energy to it. If you guys want to listen to Joe's music, it's on Spotify and I believe Apple Music as well. So you can check it out there. And he also has it on his YouTube channel. So if you want, you can listen to it there. Okay, the penguins look up. The camera pans out. Fun thought I had about, because I feel like I don't get to do enough storyboard studies anymore just because I've got like all these other projects, but I want to be very intentional, intentional, I can English, I swear I can, about, you know, keeping like my storyboarding skills sharp. So I thought it might be fun to do like maybe 20-minute like thumbnail studies of, you know, like scenes, or so I come up with like maybe like a short plot and I have to really like rough. It can just be rough as long as my brain's thinking in camera terms, you know, trying to like plot out how to like quickly, like how might that scene play out like visually, you know what I mean? So I thought that might be kind of fun to do with you guys. And it wouldn't take a whole bunch of time, but it'd be a good way that I could challenge myself to keep thinking in storyboarder. Kind of like to keep myself in that storyboarding like way of thinking. Because it is, you know, when you're doing a single image, there's a lot less you have to plan for. But when you're drawing like a sequence of frames, like character placement and camera placement and everything means a lot more because it's going to go from image to image to image. And they need to be like connected, you know? So I really want to, I don't want to lose that. One thing I'm noticing, guys, when I play this back and it's playing a different song, it feels faster or slower, even though the frames are the same and I haven't changed anything. Let's run it back again. I don't know why that scene bothers me. I kind of wonder if it's just in my head, you know? Let's move these frames. Oh, I didn't unlock one of them apparently. Let's zoom in here. I think it got a little bit messy. Do 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 do. All right. Let's see how that plays out. Do do do. Maybe we need more time in between. Because they're like, yay, we found, you know, Reggie. Oh, I think I moved that one too much. Let's put there. Maybe move this one here. Give us a little more time. Reunited. And they're like, wait a minute. I think that needs to be longer. Between here. Yeah, what if we did... What if we put it around in the middle there? That felt better. Granted, when I cut this all together in post, I can adjust the pacing in there too, because there's the camera's not moving or anything. These are all just like kind of like steady cam. And so if I cut a couple seconds out of here, you're not going to notice anything happening because there's still frames. We might make those faster, but I want to leave it open to being longer because I may just cut it down later. All right, I'm gonna say good on that one for now. Let's check out this ladder one. I like that. Guys, I have to say, I'm still really proud of this ladder shot. Because I didn't really have a reference of anyone climbing a ladder. I did have one picture of someone that I just saw on the internet. And I just went for it. And I still can't believe that it worked. It doesn't look half bad. Like, I love it. I felt like such an animator. Even though it does look bad. Definitely nowhere near what an animator can do. But you know, when you don't know how to animate at all and you see it moving, you feel so cool. Okay, so we're gonna add the in-between scene. I wonder if I need to make these faster to like match the dun 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 of the ladder stepping. You know? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like... Guys, I just kind of go off of vibes, which is probably not how the pros do it. In fact, I'm almost 100% certain it isn't how they do it. But I'm not an animator, so we're just going off of vibes. If it feels right, then the pacing is right. Gotta pass the vibe check. Oh, what if we separated these last two ones a little bit? So it was like fast and then slower. If this is about halfway. Is that halfway? Yeah, give or take. Between those. That felt good. Alright, so we need to erase out the background behind him. I wonder if I... Okay, that's the layer I put it on. Let's just create... Let's duplicate this layer. This would be our background shelf layer. Is it shifty? Yeah. It's always a struggle trying to remember your hotkeys, you know? Especially when you move from like program to program. It's like, oh my word. Grab that one again. Yeah, this is what I was hoping would go this fast yesterday. Alright, so now we also need to delete... Where's the ladder? This layer. Gotta erase out where his hand is. And on this final frame, Let's duplicate this. I'm gonna erase out here. And what layer is the... I just named his layer Monster. That's pretty much who he is to the poor little penguins. Maybe we should have his hand, like... Oh, hold up. We gotta turn off the stroke stabilize. How's that feel? This feels really jarring to me. Maybe what needs to happen is we need to move him down a little. Like, I think he may have come up. Oh. A little too fast, you know? Maybe this one needs to also come up a little bit more. Like, maybe if he was more... like, up here by then. And we see so his other shoulder over there. Just want things to flow, you know? That second hand I put in looks rough. But I'm trying to really encourage myself, be like, it served its purpose. It's telling the story it needs to. It doesn't need to look absolutely perfect. Okay, his nose disappears, which doesn't help. And the eyebrows. I kind of wanted him to, like, not really have any features, so he's remained kind of a mystery, because I didn't want people to focus too much on him. He's just kind of like a character that's passing by. We might do a side quest story about him. But that's not today's story, so... We got the little penguins down here. They're so cute. Make sure these are erased out. Run it back. What if we had... Maybe his hand, like, up. Perhaps it would be more... I think I was worried about getting a tangent on the face. Oh, you know what also disappears? His hairline. Whoops. It's just like quality control. That's what I feel like I'm doing. Maybe not there. I think that shoulder was good though. Alright, I think that's good for now. I'm also gonna cut this scene a little bit shorter at the end. But it's 64. And then the background. It's the foreground. Let's duplicate that. Wait, that finger does not look right. There we go. Do, 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 do. Bum, bum, Alright, let's check the next frame. I wonder if there should be a frame before this one to have a little bit more time to see the hand coming in as the penguins are running. Oh, I don't want to do that. Let's play it again. Let's see. Oops. Don't want to do that. Like, is it too... Like, I wonder if it's going too fast. Or maybe not, actually, now that I've seen it play. No. I worked a little bit harder on the timing on these, so we might have to not have to do anything to those. I have these scenes, you can see my timeline. I have them progressively increase in like speed, but I wonder if I need to be doing that earlier on, you know? Like maybe back here. But I might just leave it and do that when I'm editing it all together. We might have to export this, edit it up, and then see which frames are bothering us. And which ones aren't. Let's export this thing. Save it first. Also, I think I should save a copy. Do I have a one? I know I had one file that I broke. Which I thought I broke it, but it turns out there's a hotkey that will make the selection tool not work anymore. Found that out the hard way. I think it's if you hit Alt-B. Yeah, because I was trying to hit Alt-V because there's an Alt-C and Alt-Z function for copying frames out of the thumbnail function. And I fat-fingered Alt-B at some point, didn't know I did it, and that's what was happening. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna save this one. Reggie Origins. This is part 2. Duplicate. Saved. Alright, now we're gonna export this. The cool part is it's built into this add-on is that when you export, it creates files and it will put it like organized into one in order. And when you export the same file, it will just either add more to the end if you added more, or it will save over top of the ones that are already there. So if I made updates to the scenes, it automatically saves over those. It won't make another whole one. Okay, we just gotta make sure. Oh, I forgot to erase the background out of here. All right, let's do a background check. That sounds like a whole lot different than what that normally means. But we're going to check all the backgrounds, make sure I have them erased out where I want them to be. And we may up the opacity on this one. I feel like it's a wee bit like I don't want it to seem like there's no background. Gotta see some of it. Alright, where's our background layer? I'm gonna duplicate it and add a new one here. Reggie's awake. And then we're gonna need a new one here. We're gonna need a new one on all these frames. Let's just go ahead and do that. That way I don't have to keep going backing. Do 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 do. That erased out there. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What time are we? We are 3:22. All right, we're doing good. I would like to spend as much time as necessary on this today. I feel like yesterday I didn't feel quite satisfied with what I had done. And so today I just want to make sure I give it enough attention. Because it's important to get it done. I know there maybe we can figure it out how to make it more like it, but I would love to board an action sequence again. It's like one of those things that, you know, it's like it's in the back of my mind where every time I see an action movie, like I'm taking notes, and I haven't done an action sequence in so long. Like I'd really like to have another chance. To try and like see what I've learned and if I can, you know, do a little bit better. And since I have this add-on, which is amazing, it's gonna be a lot easier to move the camera and all the grease pencil layers and just everything. So are we gonna keep this scene? I'm still torn on this, guys. I think, oops. I think I am. We may use it. Let's put it in when we're editing later. Do 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 do. Cause I might use it. I might. You know, I'm gonna go through and do though. Let's increase this stroke size on the penguins. That's the Windows key, not Alt. Oh, that looks a lot more like them. Okay, maybe not that much. I might want to increase stroke size on these guys too. Oh, you know what's missing? It's their face markings. That's what looks wrong. Oh my gosh. I was like, why? Why do these look so wrong? That'll do it. I was like, why don't they look like Reggie and the crew, you know? Alright, that's better. But I don't like the one I just put in here. And I'm gonna put the eyes a little bit further apart. That's typically how I draw it. Well, that explains a lot why I've always hated this scene. It's crazy how you can look at something over and over again, you don't even notice. And then it suddenly hits you, and you're like, how did I miss that? Those kind of things drive me crazy, because it's usually when I've exported the files and I'm editing them that I see these things, and then I have to go back into Blender and draw them out, and I don't know why, but the background layer. I just want to make this grid a little bit thicker. There we go. Because here, let's just shrink it down a little. I think that's okay. Oh, here we go. There's the background. Stick through there. Don't love this tangent, so I'm just gonna erase it out. I don't want all of that erased. Just shrink it down a little. Alright, I think we're good. We're cooking. Alright, next. This one I think I already went through. Oh no, the shelf behind... Yeah, the shelf behind the ladder needs some erasing. I don't know why it's being... That is one thing, because it's just erasing the points. And so sometimes it erases way too many. Well, let's do... Man, I haven't done this. Okay, here we go. I haven't done this in so long. I'm trying to remember. It should show me the points. Yeah, here we go. So I can just move the little vertices. Here we go. We'll put this one in the middle. This one we can erase. This one in the end. Just move them out of the way a little. Scoot them around. It sounds like this where I do miss, like I like working with the pixels better, if I'm gonna be honest. But there are a lot of like editability features, so you know, you can't have everything. Sure. That seam runs there. That's a ladder. Good. We already went through and did this one. So I'm seeing a little bit of the boxes here behind a hand. There we go. Yeah, this needs... Oops. If you don't have single seam playback on, you can accidentally scrub through all your shots. Dum, dum, dum. I feel like I want to change. I think this is Brian here. Brian looks like he expanded in size too much in between these shots. We're just gonna shrink him down a little. There we go. All right, background. Here we go. Let's layer that box in properly. Yeah, we're just going to duplicate this for each frame because there's a lot of movement going on. Also, should I up the opacity on it a little? I don't think that's a bad idea. I kept it pretty low when I was working on, you know, moving the characters in the foreground. Things feel really cluttered when you're trying to draw. And so I usually turn the opacity like way down. Also, you guys might recognize this Reggie pose. If you do, let me know in chat. It's iconic. Like, I might just turn that into a full-blown... Like, what if we went crazy with the coloring... Oops. This scene? Maybe we do, like, a Photoshop version. Like, Reggie losing his friends colorized. Dun, dun, dun. Also, I did like, you know how like the squeaky toys where if you squeeze it, the eyes like pop out? I did that here with Greg. Poor little penguin. Da da da. Da 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 da. Alright, that seems mostly clear. I feel like Brian doesn't look concerned enough here. Like, look how he's just like, oh, Reggie, you fall down? I don't think he's enough concerned. Maybe we need to fix that. What if we did the penguin slayer? Okay, hold up. Hear me out. Maybe not that small. Oh, too big. Maybe. Maybe his little arms should be like... I think his arms need to be part of the emotion. Why won't it let me grab the center? Yeah, I like that better. So we didn't have to go crazy. But we were able to salvage this. Yeah, let's watch him. No, Reggie. And then he's like more like concerned, like Reggie. Get up, we gotta run. Da, da, da. Uh-oh. No. Okay, back to the background. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Alright, I think we're good there. Don't like this tangent here. Someone just erase that out. Good. Also do a lot of where you see I do like those cartoon type line stuff. I like doing that kind of thing. Like action lines or whatever. There's a part of me that would like to make my own like comic series, but I really respect the people who do that, and I realize how much work it is, and I know that I'm probably not built for that. If I did a comic series, it would be very... So let's just delete this frame and put this one in. It would be very like loose, you know? It's not gonna look beautiful. Oh, where'd this line come in from? Here we go. We got this little dot over here. I toyed with putting like a perspective grid in for the sky, or like I guess it'd be like the ceiling of the warehouse, but it ended up feeling really distracting, so I left it out. I'm hoping that wasn't a bad call, but I think we're still okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh man, I shouldn't erase all that. We'll just erase it here. Consistency is all that matters. Do 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 do. Can't wait to edit this together. It's gonna be really cute. I'm hoping Joe has time to score music for it. I'm gonna try my darndest to kind of do like the little penguin sound effects. They don't really talk, but they'll be like, I don't know. Might want to Google what sound penguins make actually. Let's erase that out. Do 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 do. As you can see, I did such a clean job with drawing this. There we go. See how that looks on the other monitor. I think we're good. Da, 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 da. Oh, I need to erase that out of every frame now. Oh, sorry guys, I just turned off my music. Oh, shoot. I think we lost internet. Please don't cut stream. Maybe the page just crashed. I think it's still working. I think so. Yeah. Alright, we're good, guys. I don't know what happened. Let's keep rolling. Seems like stream's still going, so... yeah, seems okay. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Yeah, what I should probably do is put a link to Joe's music in my video description. Might make it easier for you guys, so I can just send you there. Alright, this all seems good. Bum, 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 bum. Run it back. Alright, let's check the next scene. It's cloudy again today, guys. That's why it's getting so dark so early. And I know every stream I'm like, I'm gonna get a new light, so I'm not sitting in darkness. And then I never do. It's just one of those things, I don't think about it until I'm streaming. And I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be nice to have a... But this background actually could use a little bit of love. This may have been my original rough sketches. This isn't... Try and draw that straighter. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. The upside of this whole thing is like all just pretty much drawing in a box. Because they were in a box. Well, it doesn't get easier than drawing that. There we go. Alright, let's erase out. Alright. I know this stage is always really boring, but I feel like this is a little less boring than me working on adding text to the children's book, because that was pretty darn boring. At least there's something more to like watch on this here. Okay, I need to make sure I'm saving this file. Let's give this a save, and I'll get a drink. Do, 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 do. Okay, just want to finish. Like, just one more. Just one more. Yeah, how it is. You just want to have it something done. So I end up where you just get, you know, you get like hyper focused. So you gotta remember to drink water. Otherwise, you're like 4 hours in and you realize you're dehydrated. Is this the background? Yep. I'm just gonna delete that. Hold up, we got a little here in the beak. No. I think it's taken away, and let's see, we need to fix Reggie. This frame. Little flippers, we shouldn't be able to see that. Give him a couple more feathers there. Just our box layer here. This one. We're going to duplicate this one too. I always do that. Grab the edge. Okay. Draw mode. Erase that out. Alright, good. I think I want to make... Where's our perspective grid? Is that down here? Let's just lower the opacity on that just a hair. That also is going to need... Let's see. this one here. Duplicate that. Okay. Just erase out these behind it. All right. Where's my character guide sheet? Bum, 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 bum. I have so many windows open. It's like trying to keep them all layered properly is still a challenge for me. And the camera comes downwards. Perfect. Fill on the tears. Maybe I should lower that. I think, do I have a separate layer? I do. I think I'm gonna lower the opacity on the tears. That way it's not so, I don't know, so in your face, you know? Alright, run it back. Good. We get this outro. Hold up, let me get a drink of water. I don't think we have to do anything to the scene. I think I already went through and did everything on this one, actually. Well, Reggie gets pulled away. Then we just need to work on this one. So I actually put the background on a whole different grease pencil because I have it actually animated where it moves away from the screen. Because I wanted it to kind of have, I don't know if you call it parallax. Whatever it's called. Wait, what was that? That was unskinning. Here we go. All right, let's just erase this out around Reggie. And then that's the last shot, guys. I can export it and we can start editing it. We did it. It's been months in the making and it's been delayed a lot because of certain things that came up, but we have finally gotten to where we can edit this thing. Also, partway through while I was making this, I finally got smart and created like a character sheet for Reggie. So I think that's gonna speed up our process next time we're trying to draw Reggie. So here's hoping that works. I almost feel like I'm worrying too much about this. I hate to erase out too much. But if it's inside the lines, I can't really have it distracting us. Prize like Reggie. Okay, in this case, guys, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually going to put a fill layer on Reggie. I'd rather do that than anything on this fill layer than try and like erase out the background because I think it was messing up. too much. We're just gonna do that. As you can see when I move the frames, especially like here, I don't have them move in sync with Reggie. It felt too like dun dun dun, like jarring, like robotic, so I kind of like offset them. That's why I feel it's gonna work better here than trying to erase out the background. Fill layer is always easy to do. It's just one more step. It's only a white color that I'm using, so it's not like I'm getting, like, I got pretty complicated with the other one that I did, where I had like listed out every like shade of the different shades of gray and which character got what. And so I'm really glad. Actually, I might just want to go through. I'm really glad that I decided not to do that anymore, because we would probably spend another 2-3 months just coloring these. Okay, maybe not that long, but it wouldn't have been fun. Let's just say that. Let's put it here on the arm. Get a little bit here on the head. It is kind of satisfying doing the fill layers, though, I have to admit. Oops, I forgot to make a new layer. New keyframe, hold up. There we go. I remember when I first started learning Blender, the whole like keyframe and layer system was really confusing to me. But I feel like this setup with this add-on just makes it feel more like Photoshop to me. I don't know, or more like a video editing timeline, because I've done keyframing and that kind of stuff. So I'm like, now it makes a bit more, it's a little bit easier to see. I think your like Blender layout has a lot to do. Like depending on what you're working on, like you only need to have up the things you're going to be using. And if you have other windows up that are stuff you're not going to be using, it can look more complicated than it is. Like simplifying all the buttons. All right, let's export or render, I should say. Let's render these scenes. I don't think I have... I'm pretty sure these timestamps are not gonna get rendered with it. Could take several minutes. Are you ready to export? I'm ready. Born ready. Alright guys, these are gonna export. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. Guys, if you heard a thud, don't worry. I didn't fall, I just dropped something. I had an idea. I'm gonna try and string Christmas lights here to maybe create a little more light. So I already have it plugged in, I just have to get it like over the computer. So I'm just gonna be right back while I set that up. And then I'll be back and we're gonna put this into our video editing program. We're gonna cut it up, fix the pacing, and see what we need to fix. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, we got light that you really can't see. Let me show you guys. This is what I did. It looks a little more festive. Oh, you can see the frame rate. You can see the light, how it pulses through because it's flickering for you guys. Hopefully that's not kind of like annoying. Maybe we just turn this. I'm still not 100% satisfied with my current like camera setup. You guys are gonna see more of the lights than me, but all right, let's check these files. See, make sure they exported all right. They're in here somewhere. Reggie Origins Part 2. Animatics. Let's check that last one. I want to know if there's a way to turn off, but it does export the audio files too, and so you end up with like one's an MP4, one's a, I guess they called like a WAV, WAV. I don't know, that file. Like, I don't really need that. I appreciate it. There is probably a function to do that. I just don't know how. All right, we're gonna close that. We're gonna close that. Close Blender. All right, so guys, I use CapCut. It's free. It does have like paid features, of course, but I'm not paying for that. So we just use everything we can out of the free one. Granted, I know DaVinci is better, but sometimes I just want something like really fast and it has like really dumbed down features that are simple, and CapCut is literally perfect for that. So that's kind of what I like to use. Let's create a new file. Let's name it Reggie Origins 2. We need to put all these files in. They select these all. 8, 9, 10, 11. It's really only 11 frames, which is not that many. All right. Oh, this is interesting. Why are there cuts in it? Oh, that's weird. Like exported the whole. Did it do that for the whole thing? Only the intro. I wonder why. Why is that one blank? Oh, that one was supposed to be blank. I got really concerned for a second. I was like, where did we go wrong? That seems fine. That's fine. Let's play this in here. Oh, now it seems fine. I don't know what was happening the first time. I think it may have thought I had all of them selected. Okay, that's fine. Like this scene needs to be faster. Actually, I'm gonna leave it longer because I'm gonna put a that wouldn't be a transition. I think that would be effect. It's probably under classic. Fade in. Let's put a fade in on that one. Oh, well, that went really far. Not that far. Maybe like that. Oh, that's not far enough. You guys are gonna get the joys of watching me work as I video edit. Special effects, speed. I want it slow. Oh, maybe we keep it like kind of faded up into here. It's like Reggie's. Yeah, I like that. Okay, cool. Let's go back to our media. Not this scene. Go right into this one. I really hate putting transitions on things. But the transition happy part of me who just wants to like put in special effects at every chance I get is kind of like, oh, what if we had a little dissolve transition? But no, we got to keep it basic, standard, storyboard. Let's just get all the frames in and then I'm going to worry about timing. Everything seems to be fine. Oh, wait a minute. Look. What happened here? That's kind of weird. Let's go check the file. We may have done something irreversible to it. I'm praying we didn't by accident. For some reason, the background's moving and it's not putting in the other sequences. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, it did do it in this file. What did I do? Oh no, here it's working. Watch this, guys. The camera's gonna pan out in a second. Here. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. Look how it looks in this version, though. Wait, now it's gonna work, probably. Yeah. Why is it working now? Alright, can we just render a singular scene? Select file, duplicate, split scene, player head, no. I really don't wanna... I know there used to be a function for that. Maybe they got rid of it. Why? Oh, wait, maybe if I just hit render. No, it probably won't work. Alright, we're just going to re-render it and pray that it works that time. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Alright, here we go. Let me save the file. Please work this time. On the downside, I think it might end up hopefully not corrupting the other files. Here it goes. Please work. Ooh. Oh. Did it work? That's interesting. Now I have duplicates of the duplicates. I think some mistakes were made. I think what I might do... Should I just delete the files? No, actually it did it right. Never mind. We're good. We're good, guys. I was just confused by its naming conventions. I think it made a clip that's like the whole video together. Oh no, it didn't. Alright, so which clip is it? It's clip 2. Let's play it back. See if it fixed it in our file. No, it did not fix it. So why? Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Oh my word. This kind of stuff drives me crazy. You know what? Before I go crazy trying to fix this, let's figure out which other files are broken. And get those fixed as well. Yeah, let's just put them all in. Because we don't have a whole bunch of time left today. We only have 2 more hours. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. We're just gonna pretend we don't see it. Everything else seems to be playing fine. Then we would get this clip. Which we're gonna add in like... I kind of actually would like to animate this a little bit. Probably make it 3 seconds long. 3-ish seconds. Let's bring it all up to here. Okay, cool. Little zoom. And we're also going to animate the position. There we go. Let's watch this. I like that. But maybe we should have it pull out, because then the next scene we're gonna go to is this one. Should we have it follow him up the ladder a little? You know, some of the camera movements we can. Also notice there's like a clip of like open frame before each one we need to cut out. You guys seeing that? Or it's just white? Not in love with that. Maybe that was on my end. I was doing the keyframes. I didn't do it on that one. Unless I already edited it out. I just don't remember. What if we do... Let's scale. Here we go. Do 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 do. And we'll put keyframes there. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's make that move slower. No. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I think what actually needs to happen here is I want the camera to pan out, because I think it might help them feel small. I want them to feel like very much not in control of this situation. So if we can make them look and feel small, I think that would be a win. So we're gonna start with this will be where the frame ends. I'm gonna start here. Like that. Feels better. It's not perfect yet. Let's put those other scenes in. Da, 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 da. Yeah, these frames don't have any issues starting on white. I don't understand what was happening on the other ones. I also feel like we can also play around with the speed of the video on this. That felt better. What is this line? Oh, it's his hair. Like, what am I seeing? Alright. I still don't know why it broke earlier on that one shot. It's kind of frustrating. We're gonna have to figure that one out. Do 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 do. No, and then he gets pulled away. And kind of pans down towards Reggie. And then we get this little do 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 do. All right, now we're going to use our transitions as we go to this scene, which is just our little filler in between scene. We can use our transition. Do 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 do. Here we go. Let's have it fade longer. I wonder if we can do... Can't really do much longer than that, can we? I think we're gonna have to use our effects. Fade in. Where's our fade out? Intro and outro. Do, 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 do. Watch, they'll make you pay for the fade out. That's what they get you. Well, we have a fade in. They'll have a fade out. Oh, wait, maybe they call it... Oh, it's right there in front of me. This is fine. Guys, pretend you didn't see that. How do I, where'd the effect go? I feel like they've changed. The effect used to be easier to see. Did not add it. Oh, there we go. Now it's on. What is this? What is happening? It's like a blur. Did I do that? Oh, it's because there are two fade out layers on it. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. The fade out is not... That's part of its effect. I just want a simple, like, fade out effect. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to do ripples. It doesn't need to... So, obviously, one of the downsides of CapCut. You can't just get something simple. They've got everything else, though. Everything but what you want. Alright, we're gonna have to get creative with this. Maybe we'll just have to accept that the transition's enough. Or I'm like, I don't mind the blurring. Let's play it back at full quality. Maybe it's only doing... Maybe it makes it feel like a fever dream. Maybe it's not a bad thing. No, I don't like it. No, not here for it. I'm not sure why it has to blur like that. Let's see what else they have in fades. Ripple clear. Color. We can have a flash. I don't really want a flash. What if we did like a blur? Like a blur fade. Maybe that could be... Because like the world's just kind of like fading out. Except it doesn't transition. Okay. Blurry focus. Offset blur. Gradual blur. I think that's what I'm looking for. Oh, well, that's interesting. See what it's doing? That's not really... Vertical blur. Alright. Let's look for a blur transition. I don't really need it to animate. I just need to get blurry. These all animate. Oh, that seems right. Surprised it feels too fast. Maybe I need to slow it down. What would that feel like? Oh, it feels like the frame rate got cut because I had the camera moving. Although maybe that's not a bad thing. It does make it feel a little like kind of like disorienting, which is kind of what I'm kind of hoping for. No. Dun dun dun. Oops. I didn't totally scribble out all that. There we go. Let's have that go longer. The shot's not that long, so we're gonna use frame rate to cheat that one. That's fine. I still wish there was more of a... I don't really like the cut. I do like that it's getting blurry. But I can't find... I can hear people telling me now, Emma, you should be using DaVinci. And I know I should, but I got lazy, so I wanted to use this one. How about like a... This is like an effect. Oh, that's trippy. Is my stream still going? We're having some internet troubles. I think... Looks like my stream... The stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended. Okay, so guys, it may look a bit... May look a little bit blurry. Sorry about that. Let me close Blender. Things are not working 100% how I want them to for this. I think I'm getting too caught up in the details. Let's just get that final scene in there and then start working on some other stuff because we put a lot of time into this today. Alright, so then we get this scene. I know there's a transition I can use for this one. I want that to be longer. I want this shot to be quicker. I kind of wish I had added camera shake to that. I wonder if I could add camera shake. In here. I don't think I'm gonna have much control over it though. Like, I don't know if I can... Let's turn down the strength. And the speed. Increase strength. Slow down the speed. Hold up. I don't like that little... It's too, a little more vertical. Oh, hold up. Maybe this is where it's at. Or I combine the two. Although this is cropping my shot way too much. Looks like he's on a ship or something. I mean, these are fun for TikTok, but not quite what I'm wanting. Light burst. Well, we'll stick with that for now. I have to re-render the shots anyway, so I'll just probably put camera shake on it there rather than here, because I like the one better. No, Reggie gets grabbed, pulled out. Cut. I'm gonna trim that a little bit. Right here. I don't think there's any. There we go. Alright guys, we did good. Let's move on to something a little bit more fun. Do, 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 do. All right, let's get Photoshop open. And let me show you guys what I'm thinking for... I need to stretch at some point. What I'm thinking for the next collection. I'm feeling very like ready for spring and summer, so that's a little spoiler. Guys, I don't remember when, but at some point I put my mic back up. And this whole time I've been talking and you guys haven't heard me. Okay, let me just summarize what just happened. We finished editing the videos for Reggie. Some of the shots need re-rendered because for some reason they rendered weird, but we're not going to do that today. But I put them all together and we worked a little bit on timing and some transitions in the video editor. After that, I was like, we need to pull out Photoshop and do something fun. And so this is what we're doing. And this is a new collection that I'm starting. And it's all going to be like vegetable and summer themed. And I was using this catalog, which I was just showing, to kind of look for different vegetables that are in the different color palettes that we're going to have. And use those as a drawing guide. Got eggplant and stuff. That'll be good for purple. And yeah. Carrots, pumpkins, whatnot. So what we're down to is figuring out what art style we want to make everything in. So that's what we're going to be doing, figuring out art style. So we're going to be trying out a lot of brushes, lots of textures, and whatnot. But so far, I created like this pattern background. Let me turn this off. I think I had all these on. I like this background I created. I think I like that with that one off. So I really like that. I'm kind of liking using like the gingham. It's very summery or like late spring. It's giving like picnic vibes. So I'm looking for like picnic vibes / like garden vibes. And so that's what we're gonna be doing. I can't remember when it's probably when I put my headset back on. Sorry about that, guys. You were just watching me talk. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I kind of actually like it. I kind of like it later. Let me name these so I know which ones I'm supposed to turn back on. And I can put them in a... Yeah, I was just kind of drawing these. So far, last one I played around was with this one. Let's pull out that texture brush. I thought about getting really like illustrated with it, but clean. So here you can see I just used the lasso tool for this, but I don't feel too in love with that idea. You know me, I'm a bit more painterly now. And so I don't really want to create anything that won't feel cohesive with my other styles. But I really liked this one, loving the texture. I'm like trying to imagine how it's gonna look like printed on stuff and kind of like that worn painterly vibe. It just kind of was more appealing to me. So that texture brush was in the winter 2024 brushes that Adobe gives you. And it's called Backtake CD. Here we go. Yeah, it's a pretty like chunky brush, but I like it. I think it will keep me from getting too detailed. And I do like that. So let me pull out my, hold on, let me pull my reference chart. We should probably tackle this in like building thumbnails of what we want first. So maybe we'll build some pattern ideas and we'll build some just like regular illustration, like single ones that either could be on like a t-shirt or like a towel, kind of stuff like that with the vegetables. Let me turn off the pattern. The pattern is going to come into play at some point, but not quite. Let me add a screenshot of these. It's also fun to keep a folder with all your beginning stages. That way you can kind of go back and reference, see like what was the original idea for the collection, like how was the idea born. So I do like to keep them all in one place, just so I can keep something to help me remind me the process, because I usually like to make a video about each collection, and this way I can accurately tell you guys how the collection was born. But if I do it on stream, it'll be even better because I'll have records of it there. Alright, so OG ideas. Should we do... We got 4 color palettes. I usually end up doing like 6 illustrations. We'll see how many different ones we can come up with. It'd be interesting to try and work them into shapes. So what if we did like... Let's make this pixels. What if we do one that kind of follows a triangle shape? I like that. Oops. Always let go of shift too soon. Kind of like that idea. So we're just gonna do like rough thumbnails. This will be our guide. And we're gonna do all the orangey type shades first. So pumpkins, peppers, I have onions, I had orange tomatoes. I have red tomatoes, orange tomatoes. I even did a yellow tomato down there. I could do a green tomato in the green. I'm not opposed to that, but I had so many other vegetable options. I didn't feel too compelled to do that. I kind of left out lettuce because I don't know, it was another green option. I could do like, there's some lettuce that's reddish. I feel like people are less familiar with that, so I was also trying to choose not super generic vegetables, but ones that most people are going to recognize. Because I figured companies who are looking for artwork are going to be trying to market it towards, like, you know, everybody, and so they're going to end up using the most generic ones as well. Like if I put in a super niche one, I don't think I'm going to have as much luck. Even though those are the ones I usually like to draw. Just because it's more interesting. Okay, here we go. We got our brush. This one starts huge. Let's do some carrots. keep them really simple. A good way to line these up, like in groups. Should I keep them separate? Should we vary size? We can always do that. And just keep them random. Or we can keep them organized. Like, I don't know yet. I don't want to get too, you know, like caught up. I'm so ready for summer. I feel like the urge to draw a rabbit in here somewhere is gonna be strong. But we're not putting animals in this. Even though it might be cute. We have to resist. Let's put one maybe like this way. I feel like maybe I should be more like organic with their shapes and not worry so much about making them look perfect, you know? That's something I might want to make sure that I don't get too caught up in as well. Carrots layer. Then I had orange peppers, which I used a bit more of like a burnt color for those. Got a little bit illustrated with them here. I don't want them to be too detailed. Like, I'm not gonna go crazy with the shading. I think that's one of the things I want to make sure that I do. Is that I don't get too crazy with it. Because I would like them to feel, I don't know, maybe slightly more illustrative and less realistic. I did like the idea of normally when I shade, I'll use like the complementary colors or whatever, but like maybe for this one, when I shade, I just keep it all in the same like hue. I could always do that, although I'm a little bit opposed to doing that with the highlights on the greens. Those need to be more yellow. But you never know until you start trying, so just gotta draw some. And like maybe I shouldn't fill them all the way in with color. Like maybe it would be better to leave them not filled? I don't know. This song sounds familiar. Yo, Joe, welcome. We've been listening to your Horizons Volume 2 album, all stream, and it's been a nice change of pace. We were also working on the Reggie boards, so it felt really fitting. I'm so sorry, everyone. Yo, don't diss your own work. There's no room for this. Is no hates allowed here. Only positive vibes. I think I might actually not fill these in. What if we just leave them like no color fill? Just line work, but it's like this really loose line work. I kind of like that. Does that look like a pumpkin? Kind of looks like a pumpkin. Oh no, where did I go wrong? It looks like a pumpkin. We got a lot to learn, guys. I think it's because I made it too round. Peppers. Well, like some bell peppers get pretty round, but I think if I keep them longer, people aren't gonna mistake them for a pumpkin. And maybe we do like some like longer ones like this. That looks like a pepper. All right, we're good. We vibing. Do 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 do. So the stem. Yeah, I should add some leaves on too. That's always an option. Let's put a leaf here. Nope. Looks terrible. We're gonna leave it. Let's add the actual pumpkins now. Maybe I should just cut the pumpkins. I mean, that counts. Pumpkins are actually probably a fruit, technically speaking. I'm not getting too scientific with it, guys. I'm actually gonna be pretty... Peppers. Well, it could be like... Well, I think gourds are like pumpkins, but... We're just gonna pretend that it's part of the vegetable gardening family. I think I made the stems a little bit more. I should make them more brown. That way people don't think it's a pepper. Although I know people might think, oh, that's like a fall vegetable, but I just really wanted to incorporate it. It didn't feel right to leave it out. Kind of like that. There we go. Do 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 do. Oh, this song's kind of a vibe. What's this one called? Oh, I think that was Reggie and Regina. I can't wait till I make the... Oh, when I make the story, the side quest, the Reggie origin story side quest for the Reggie and Regina song, I'm gonna just use that song for the animatic. This is the way. Do do do. Yeah, Joe, you're not gonna have to you're not gonna have to score a new song. So yay. That's always a win. Alright, let's have one more pumpkin. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. Oh, you missed it, Joe? Just before you got on, we finished up all the drawings for the part 2 of the Reggie Origins, and we exported them, and we started editing those in CapCut. So we're getting close to having those done. So be prepared. Be prepared, be prepared. This message must be shared. This isn't really speaking to me, guys, but I think it's good that I'm just drawing and getting a feel for these. Let's do the... So I had like a smaller... this is really the art style I want to go with. I don't know. Now that I'm actually doing it, I'm not sure I'm sold on this one. Like, maybe this isn't it. Alright, let's try a tomato. What are we gonna do? I don't know. We're gonna work on it. And if I hate it, we can try something else. But at least we tried. Because it's not... It could just be that I need to be drawing them differently. I kind of like my rough sketches of all of them a little bit better. Maybe I should go back to something more like a pencil rather than a texture brush. I don't know. Because I want to have my style a little bit different than everyone else's. I want to feel like I'm copying people. It's tough. Because, like, there's no denying that I'm definitely was inspired by some other people. But I don't want to feel like I'm stealing their work, you know? Like, I can't help it. You guys inspired me. Okay, hold up. Maybe I should be color filling them. Because I kind of like the tomato color filled. Oh, and what if I just left out, like, where the highlights would be? Or, here's what we do. Depending on the image, or the vegetable or whatever, sometimes I color fill, sometimes I don't. So we get, like, mix and match type of vibes, the line work ones, and then color fill ones. I don't think that's a bad idea. Because I like this tomato. Like, I like this. So I'm not sure I want to just give up on it. You know? I put this down. Kind of seeing like top-down view of that one. Also, like, this feels a little bit like a crayon. I feel like it keeps it playful, you know? Because I don't want it to be too serious, and it's gotta be lighthearted. Something fun. It's gonna have those, like, you know how there's always that artwork where you see the comments where people are like, my 5-year-old could have did that. And it's like, well, why didn't they? You know? It's like, sure, your 5-year-old can, like, scribble, but can they do it with intention? It's like, they can't. I mean, unless your child's like a prodigy. Some kids are. Onion. Put that in. That'll introduce some more color into it too, because the onions have some green up on the stems that I'm going to include. Do, 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 do. I'm going to do color fill on the onions. Da, 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 da. Here's the bottom. Alright, what time are we? Almost 5? Alright, at 5 I'm gonna make some tea and then I'm gonna come back. We might work on this a little bit longer, but I want to do a little bit of paint study. We might be drawing a dog. We're gonna see how it goes. Do 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 do. Alright, there we go. Why did the other onion I drew the other day look so much better? Because I wasn't overthinking it, probably. It's funny, when you're doing just rough doodles, you can have such better work. And then when you get into doing like the real thing, you just get way too caught up. Probably a little too green. But when they come out of the ground, there's still some green. Perhaps I should use colors more like these. Like lighter. Then use this shade. This brush puts some color variation in on its own. Part of how it blends. I just feel like it needs to go a little bit thinner before it goes up into the... Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Maybe we should listen to the piano. Sleepy time. Alright, that onion is not sparking joy. What did I do in that other one? Alright, let's restart. You know? Why keep trying to fix something that's... Okay, maybe here's what we do, guys. Because I feel like we can't really see the details of the skin on the onion. And maybe that's what's bothering me. So what if we do... like this, right? And then... there's the tops. Let's get a little bit cooler green. Desaturate it a little. Okay, maybe I made this stencil too. Alright, let's leave it at that. And then do the little pins. That feels better. Better than what we had. I'm just sticking up the outside line work a little bit. A little more, little bit more color there. Maybe we do... probably shouldn't... I'm tempted to do like some pinkish tones in there. Maybe like peach? That's still in the reddish orange zone. I think I need to leave it at that though. I think that's too dark. Like, I want a little contrast, but I don't want to go... I don't want to go crazy. Trying to find that perfect balance between contrast of hue and contrast in value. A little bit of brown in here. All right, let's leave it at that. I think I need to step away. It's like our food pyramid. Okay, let me put on something for you guys to watch while I go make tea. I've got... What have I gotten here? I have full intentions to try and like make animatics out of my more commercial storyboards, but I haven't done it yet. Okay. Prize, this one, I have one storyboard, it's a little bit violent. It's comically violent though, so very lighthearted, but I'm just gonna probably skip that one. Do. Storyboards. I think I played the burning ship one for you guys. I played the duck one. I know I did that one. Did I play the VR one for you guys? I feel like I did. Maybe I didn't. I could play of the mountain visit. Which one of these is finished? Oh, you know what? I think Joe composed. Let me put a pause on the music here. Oh yeah, Joe composed music for this one, guys. What's it play at the end? Oh, it just fades to black for a really long time. Okay, cool. Let's loop it. See how it does. Do. All right, guys, I'm gonna be right back. This is one of my very first animatics I did in Blender. Actually, the first one. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. It's got some storytelling problems, but you know what? It was what it was, and it helped me get better at Blender, so it was a win of a piece. I will be right back, though. I'm gonna make some tea. Although, you guys are gonna know where I went. Hold up, I got an idea. Watch this. Oops, I'm not gonna be able to read that. Maybe that's one. Be right back. Haha. Okay. I'll be right back. This is great. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh my word, I'm getting sleepy. Doesn't help I just made sleepy time tea. All right, so we got time. Let's work on this some more. Or we could work on some silly ducks, which might be a good idea because I'm getting a little bit behind on silly duck drawings. Yeah, we're gonna put this little illustration on the back burner for now. This is an emergency. Let's open. Get some music going actually. But should we listen to? Hold up, let's listen to this. All right, this is Horizons 1, the full album. Y'all are gonna hear it. So you heard 2, so now we're gonna hear 1. All right, open recent drawing silly ducks. Yeah, that's not the right file. It would be, I think it's March, right? Because maybe I didn't create a new file for that. Oh no, here it is right in front of me. It's getting late, guys. It's getting late in the day and my brain is starting to fade. Okay. This duck's gonna be fun because it's got a little story to go with it. Oh, which also works because so this little duck is sitting in a glass goblet. And apparently these goblets are like kind of like collector things. But there is an inn in California that sells these in their gift shop and sells them at their restaurant. And the inn is called, let's see if I can do this up. Pouring tea all over it. The Madonna Inn. Okay. There we go. Don't want to pour tea. My expensive electronics. Okay. But yeah. So that's what this little duck is. And they also had a ton of like really I don't know what they're called. They're like bougie cakes. And they were in like a cake display. And so I was like, I want to incorporate the cake somehow into this design. So I put the duck in the goblet and then I made the cake as their hat. So I was like, that's kind of cute. So that's the one duck we got going. It's taken a while to get kind of like all the proportions figured out, but I mostly have that done. So we could probably work on the clean line work today. And then also I have this little duck in a cactus outfit. And he's pretending to be like a cactus because there were a lot of cacti out there. And I love summer and warm places, so I was like, yeah. And then also we have airport duck. This duck is really tired. And I kind of was like, so you know how like when you go to the airport, have you ever been there? There's a divide. I would say there's 3 divides. There's the people who like look like they travel a lot, right? And they dress comfortable. But they're also not like in their pajamas. And then there's me, who's comfortable but looks like they're in their pajamas. And then you have the people who are like the business people who can't wear their pajamas because as soon as they get off the plane, they're like attending something work related. So there's those people. But in that same group, there's those people who love to, I guess, dress up to go to the airport. And they just look amazing. And their outfits are just impeccable. Their hair looks nice. Whether it's like whether it's men or women, I mostly notice the women. Like they look like they did their makeup and their hair and their outfits all perfect. And I'm so jealous of those people. I'll admit it. I just can't. I can't fly like that, guys. I just would not be comfortable. And I also don't like to wear anything like metal, but they'll have like jewelry on and everything. They look so put together. But yeah, so I was like, this duck here is a better representation of how I typically look after flying all day. So I just wanted to keep it real and make a duck that was kind of a little bit more relatable for me. So if you guys relate to where you just feel pretty much beat at the end of the day of flying and getting to connecting flights, then this airport silly duck is the duck for you. All right, so we're gonna do that. This one needs a little more proportion worked out. I feel like I'm not 100% happy with the hand on the suitcase, so we might work on doing the line work on this one, and then we're gonna see where we get from there. I know I did talk about doing like a paint study on stream, but I don't know if we're gonna get to that today. I feel like I need to have these done because I need to like record them over the weekend, so I have them to post. So there's that. This foot, I wanted it like look like it was kicked out, kind of like this way, where we're seeing like the top of it. But I'm not 100% sold on that. I think I might delete it and just do what I did over here. Let me find the right brush. Here we go. I think I usually use a size 40 on these. Oops, I forgot to use this brush. I have like one brush that the texture is a lot more not relevant, like relevant. You just see it more. You know, I think the placement's weird. I think it'd be more like up and over like this. What do you guys think? I think that's a little bit better. Get like a little bend in the thing is, ducks don't actually have knees as far as I know. Unless it's like hidden somewhere. But we're faking it when we do these ducks. I've kind of like humanified them. Is that a word? It is now. Kind of like what Disney did. I like that. It's good enough. Because when ducks actually, like, if their foot's not out, like if you put it up there, like if you were to pick a duck up, their feet kind of like collapse in a little bit and they end up kind of looking like that. All right, I gotta make sure I don't oversteep my tea. Man, I was thinking today, because I was like, I feel like I'm making really good progress on like learning how to read kanji and just like my listening comprehension with Japanese. I mean, I'm definitely not that far along, but like considering I'm a slow learner, like I'm making good progress, but it's like it's getting really hard to try and divide my time between that and keeping up with what I know in German. So I'm like, how can I like keep up with both? So I'm trying to like look for like maybe streamers I can watch, or like trying to like subscribe to like YouTube channels that are in German just so I get more German in my feed, like just naturally. But I'm like worried that I'm gonna end up losing all my progress. The tough thing is I don't have Like, well, I guess at some point I'd like to visit Germany. But again, it's one of those things where, like, I don't have anyone now that I can talk to, you know? So it's difficult. At some point, someday when I can afford lessons, I'll just take, you know, lessons in each language I'm learning, and then that will keep it, my fluency level, you know, pretty good. But it's tough when you're not using it. Like, how do you stay motivated to keep it up to where it's at? Trying to maintain the fluency is difficult. I feel like it's a lot easier with Japanese for me because I listen to Japanese music more and I watch like TV shows. But Germany, I don't really like German German entertainment, and then the music's good, but it's not something I can listen to every day, you know? So there's always that. So I feel like when I'm trying to like pick a language to learn, like make sure that like you like the media from it as well, if you're like a media consumer, because it's really helpful. That's why I'm excited to learn Spanish, because I love Spanish music, and I think I haven't watched many Spanish dramas, but I'm thinking I'm gonna like them. All right, let's get the line work rolling on this. I think this pixel size is probably gonna be, let's start with the head. That's what we're gonna do. I feel like the Christmas lights make it feel really festive. I think I need to look for lights that are all like all one color. Christmas in February. Do, 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 do. Maybe just like a soft, like a warm light, like a white, like a, I don't know what color, not like the bright, not like the cool white, like LED ones. I mean, they can be LED, which would be great, but just like that soft tone would probably be good. Because I don't want to look like a ghost. I'm already pale enough. I like using warmer light. Do, do, do. Try and draw this in here. I'm gonna add the in when I post this and see if they see it. The thing I'm worried about is like people be like, a duck. Why a duck? You know? because people don't really know me. But my hope is someday, if I ever get famous for my ducks, is it'll just be like, companies will be like, Emma, please draw our product with your duck. And then I'll have like, I don't know, like Coca-Cola collabs or something. That would be the dream. Except it wouldn't feel very... I might have to turn them down. Because I don't really drink soda right now. I don't think I'd turn them down. I'd start maybe drinking soda. Although, there's a brand my mom was telling me recently that's trying to make like... since everybody's into like healthy sodas, they're doing like the probiotic. I can get behind that. So maybe they're gonna do... If they do that, I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I drink that, so... So the cake is, like, coated in, I don't know if it's, like, almond slices, I want to say? What are those cakes called? There's a special name for them. And then on the top, it's, like, big curls of chocolate. You know how you can, like... You, like, slice it and it comes, like, it turns into, like, a ribbon? That's what it's on top. Do 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 do. The song's called "The Shore," and I love it because it's giving summer vibes. At Topper. Do 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 do. Now I'm thinking maybe I should have chosen a... Should I choose a brush that's too big? No, I think it's alright. I hate it when it does this. Sometimes my hotkeys glitch out on my little keypad and it'll think that I'm still holding control down. And it frustrates me a lot. It's just another thing where it's like, it doesn't always do it and sometimes it does. So you never know when you're gonna accidentally be hitting the wrong hotkey for what you want. Just gonna make a mess of chocolate up here. I suddenly really want some cake. I should have seen that coming. That was me yesterday with the sticky buns we were drawing. Just kind of keep this texture simple. Is it called a chiffon cake? Hold up, let me Google this. I think it might. Almond was it almond slices or slivers? See if Google can help me. High altitude bundt cake? Maybe? Oh no, wait, a burnt almond cake. I sped read that. Crushed almond border. Huh. Oh, maybe it's called a champagne cake? Oh, yes. Okay, that's what it's called. I don't know why. Well, maybe it's not almonds. All right, here's what the internet says. A champagne cake is a delicate, often celebratory layered cake that incorporates champagne or sparkling wine in both the batter and the frosting. Never knew that one. Frequently called pink champagne cake or pink velvet. It is characterized by its light, airy crumble and subtle fruity and bubbly flavor. and distinct pink tint. Oh, that makes sense. Popular choice for weddings, bridal showers, and New Year's Eve. Okay. But what did they put on the outside? Key ingredients. How to make it. Toppings and fillings. Gold or sprinkles. How about what, guys? Outside of cake. Yeah. Hold up. Most people just say frosting. You know, maybe that's what the Madonna Inn does different, though. Maybe they put something on the outside. Let's get a close-up look. Oh, wait, it may just be chocolate. Okay, here's what they did. The same chocolate, like how they had them in like swirls on top, like we have here and on this duck. It looks like they crush up like pieces of chocolate shards and then you stick it onto the side of the cake into the icing. I think that's what they're doing here. Judging by this picture. Let me show you guys. See this? I'm not sure why it's tilted. Oh, my canvas is tilted. Good to know. Yeah, so see how like the swirls of chocolate on the top and then it's the crushed on the outside. Oh my gosh, I could really go for some cake. That would really hit the spot. Okay. Don't think about sweets. Just keep drawing. Just keep drawing. Just keep drawing. Head. Right. We gotta lock it in. This duck is actually a lot to draw. This is one of the harder ones. I know I keep telling myself to draw simpler ducks, but I can't find myself committing to that cause. I always have too ambitious of ideas for them. And I don't even feel like I'm being that ambitious. It's just I don't want to settle for just boring. Because each one needs to be unique. I don't want to end up drawing the same thing over again. Should probably put the bill on a separate layer. What time are we? 5:30? Alright, we probably won't get to our paint study, but it's okay. I might have a bonus stream on Sunday, possibly. Or it could be Monday again. Just because I want to work on drawing the dog before I try to do a watercolor of it. So we might do some charcoal studies. We might do some pencil sketches. But we gotta practice. Do the body. Come on. I keep getting ads for the tour box in my feed. I'm like, I want one of those. Yo, I didn't know. Joe did like a special thanks at the end of the video. That's nice. So everybody's names in there. The song is called The End. Fitting. I say let's loop this one again. I think there's some good upbeat songs in it. And I think I missed some of it when I was making my tea. I wonder if he has... So Joe does a lot of like Minecraft style songs. Those are really fun to listen to. I wonder if he has those on a larger playlist. Because I like this one has. It's got a lot of... Oh, Winter Tundra. It's 5 minutes. We go listen to that one. What else? We got... Oh, he's got some Valheim music. That could be fun. Unless it's too... Let's give it a listen. Alright, so we'll listen to the... We're gonna listen to the Valheim one. This one's called Burial Chambers. It's on YouTube if you want to listen to it. This reminds me a little of like... I don't know if you guys have played Enshrouded. It's such a good game. I really want to play it more. I know they've added a lot of things recently. Ooh, it's getting like really orchestral vibes. Do 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 do. Okay, I'm gonna put this finger in first. Wait, guys, did I thought I forgot to unmute. That would have been tragic. Let me turn it up a bit. There we go. Also love I made like the tummy really big on this stuff. Like they sit and I think it's just extra cute. Maybe they just ate a whole champagne cake for themselves. Let's do the legs. As one should, I would eat a whole cake. Do, 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 do. I feel like this music just makes me want to like listen to it rather than me yapping the whole time. Maybe I'll just let you guys. I feel like the vibes are totally different though, because we're drawing like silly cute ducks. We've got Christmas lights and then we just have this like serious music. I couldn't remember what the song sounded like though, so I wanted to listen to it. The suspense is building. It's also kind of giving like Lord of the Rings, but not like, more like how I imagined it in the books rather than any of like the film variations. Like it feels like its own version, you know what I mean? Although it is a little bit spooky sounding. I feel like if we were drawing Halloween silly ducks, this would fit. Alright, maybe we switch it up. This one's too creepy. Sorry, Joe. Alright, let's play the Minecraft one. This one's called Winter Tundra. Minecraft style music. This is an original by Joe. And I think he's got a couple more on here. Let's see what it says. Well, we can play Stars of Near, and I really like that one. Looting. That one is on Spotify, just so you guys know. I did also did like a Reggie cover, like art cover for that one, which I could probably show you guys. Dude, let me just finish the feet and then I'll show it to you guys, because it actually was kind of fun to do. Finish putting the flippers in. I was at this little shop and they had, I almost impulse bought it, but then I was like, I bet I can get it for even cheaper on Amazon. But it was like a little, it was like a pen holder, but it was like looked like a duck's flipper, and so you could set your pen in it. I was like, low-key wanted that. So I need to look for one. Or maybe have, my brother has a 3D printer, so maybe get him to print one for me. Okay, so a theme with my brother is that he does Reggie for like almost all the album covers. Almost all, not all, but this is the other one I did. I think this is the one he used for Stars of Near. And he wanted like a constellation, but like Reggie with like, I guess like a gladiator helmet. I forget what his specifications were. And so I was like, well, how do we make it like a little bit more dramatic, like pointing up to the sky? So I put in all these like wintry like pine trees. And then what I did is I lightened the sky as it got down towards the trees so that we get a stronger silhouette between the trees and the sky. And then I had to get darker in towards the center, and then also the tops of the trees are like pointing towards the constellation. So I feel like it kind of like draws the eye. And it's not too boring that it's like centered. Like I think it worked, because sometimes if you have just like perfectly centered compositions, like it'd be a little bit boring. But I think in this case it actually worked better. But I think it turned out cute. I'm like, I need to print this one for Joe. I got the other 2 albums printed for him to have as wall art, but I need to do that one too. Okay, back to what we were doing. Let's draw. We finished the legs. Let's do, I wonder if I should do it separate. Let me show you guys a reference of the goblet that the duck is sitting in. So they come in different colors. I chose this. Let me turn off multiply. I want it on normal. I chose this one because I thought the light pink might look nice with the hat. But you can see there's a lot of like details in there's like little flowers and roses and stuff. So I really just kind of like simplified those. I don't want to go too crazy on details with this one. And I also decided to skip the like, some of the cups have the font on it and then some don't. This one does. But I decided, I think, that I'm not going to incorporate that. Actually, I'm changing my mind now. Maybe I will. What if we did... Well, let's grab the rough sketch cup details. So maybe we can just indicate the letters. You know what I mean? Without going too detailed. So it's almost like little silhouettes of them. And get the line over here. Maybe we can get away with that. I might actually just leave it up to the shading. That's always an option too. All right, so that song just came to an end. Now we're gonna listen to The Stars Have Neared. So this one Joe made to sound like music from Skyrim. I haven't played Skyrim, which I know is a crime. But the song kind of reminds me of Merlin. So I really like that. I absolutely love the Merlin TV series. So it makes me think of Merlin. That's why I really like it. But if you guys are into Skyrim, then you might like it too, the vibe. Okay, cup. We'll do the face details later. Where is that layer? Yeah. We'll start with that. I'm starting to feel like... I think I was using a 45 size brush. I might change the color of the glass too. Like the line work for it later. We'll just do it in black now, but I could change it to be slightly more colorful. Like I could do a dark red. Like if we're gonna color the inside with pink. Maybe we could fit in a little paint study. I started a little later today, so maybe I'll stream a little longer than normal. That might be nice. Or at least get started on one. Because I haven't picked out a reference yet. Maybe we could pick a reference out. What we did... It might be nice to do something more still life vibes. That would be kind of fun. We'll see. We'll have to see what I have on my phone because I like to use my own photos. I might just have to set one up. I did think it was kind of fun. So I have a watercolor painting I did of one of my actually, it wasn't mine, it was my sister's. She had like a little plushie sitting on the shelf. And so I took like a picture of it. I liked the way the light was coming through in the window. I'll have to show it to you guys sometime. I could actually... Let me grab it now. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Because then we might be able to do something similar today. Although I can't really take a picture in the dark. But I might have a picture. Because I have like a side duck plushie. So I thought, what a fun way to kind of like immortalize your childhood plushies is to do like still lifes of them. I think that's kind of a cute idea because, you know, like you can only have plushies sit around for so long, but like wall art's kind of nice and it's, you know, something you're probably gonna have with you or something you can maybe give away, or I don't know, your parents can hang on to it easier than the plushies, which kind of take up a little bit more storage space. Let me grab that, show you guys. Be right back. Okay, so I haven't framed it. And it's probably not gonna look too good in this light because it's really blue. But it was, the plushie was like a little daffodil plant. And it was just kind of like sitting there with her alarm. And I like see how the light was bouncing in off like her pillows and then onto the wall here. So I got to have a lot of fun with like colors. It's a little bit more blue here in this picture, but right behind it is actually my sketchbook. And then she had like this little glass, I guess like a paperweight that was sitting behind it. So that was also fun. Different textures to paint in there. But yeah, so I was like, maybe it'd be kind of fun to do some like still life stuff of some plushies. I actually need to get this framed. I should probably send it to her. She would probably really enjoy that. I need to do, I kind of, when I first got into painting, I would do, like everybody was getting art gifts from me. Like, but I don't have as much time to paint for other people now. And it's a little bit sad. So I think maybe if we do those type of things on stream, I can get back into painting with a little more intention and then being able to gift it to people. All right, let's just finish the base here. And then we're gonna pull out a picture and we'll try doing a paint steady. Just because I've missed doing it. I really have. It's always trying to balance like the artwork I need to have done and then the artwork I want to have done. Like I was talking earlier how I want to do like a Cookie Monster wall art for my room because I love Cookie Monster. But it's like trying to get my priority stuff done, and then once that's finished, you don't have much energy left. But I'm grateful that I get to create art every day, so I really shouldn't complain. Alright guys, this is what we were working on earlier. I'm not in love with these designs, but we're going to play around with, I have a ton of different brushes and textures, so maybe we play around with some other ones. I'm not sure if I'm committed to this one just yet. So let me open bum, bum, bum. My sketches, here we go. Let's open this file. It's getting big. Loading, loading, loading. All right, here's our warm-up sketches from today. Let me close this. Okay, no, let me put the date on that. 2/19 2026. All right, so let me show you guys our last painting session. Here was our last one. We painted apples. It turned out pretty good. It was a really like it's a really busy painting. So I think considering like I was able to simplify it more than I thought. I knew I wasn't gonna like how it came out, and that's why I chose the reference, because I knew it would really challenge me. So yeah, there's that one. Let me look at my Google Photos and see what we can find. Yeah, the other day I was drawing like meme cats, and I have to say they turn out pretty good. What do we got? Oh, I took pictures. These were kind of cool. Oh, we could do a paint study of that. Hold up, I have an idea, guys. Let me just screenshot this. Which ones do I like best? Actually, we're just gonna copy the image. Actually, it's not gonna let me. No, it is. And choose which one. So it was like a little art. What am I looking for? Like, I don't think village is the right word, but it was like different buildings, and one was like pottery, and then one was like glass blowing. And so these are actually, I guess this is glass blowing. What's also the one they call? It's glass. Is it lamp working? Where it's tinier, and you have like it on the end of a, I think that may have been what they used for these. I don't know 100%. But they looked like little candies and they were so cute. It was like the forbidden candy. So maybe what we do is we choose one or two of them, we crop the image, and we kind of like choose one to paint because they're really reflective. Some of them are transparent, which is really cool. And we're gonna attempt to paint one of them. Alright, which one do we like? I like this section in here. It got a little bit blurry, but that's okay. Like, what if we cropped it? Maybe we crop. Oh, I like this yellow one though. Oh, this is a tough call. I don't want to paint them all. Maybe something like that. That we get a little bit of this light coming in here, but we don't have to paint all of them. All right, let's do something like that. Maybe like oh, I like this blue one down here. It's kind of hard to figure out how I want to compose this. I didn't do a very good job of taking a picture. I just wanted to have like a picture of all of them. I didn't think much about actually painting these. Let's put that in there. Maybe we'll just try to focus on one. I don't know. Alright, let me turn off this layer underneath. I'm gonna call this the forbidden candy. I feel like the canvas tone we have here is actually perfect. Oops. I'm just gonna darken a little bit. All right, that's gonna be our canvas. All right, this is gonna get. This could be as detailed or as rough as we want it to be. I think we're just gonna have to be really selective here. Although, if we wanted to do... Guys, bear with me as I'm indecisive. What if we actually just choose one candy? And we just try and paint one? Like, what about this one up here? I like the light around it. Let's do that instead. Oh, or we could draw the two here. That doesn't look bad together. That might... Actually, let's incorporate this one up here just a little bit more. Alright, let's do that. Let me turn this off. This is gonna be interesting. Hello, the gecko. Good evening. Thank you. How are you doing this fine Thursday? We're almost through the work week, which is always wonderful. That's my reference layer. To make sure I name these. All right, this feels a lot more doable, guys. I think I was getting a little too caught up in those other ones. Doing good, and you? I'm doing good. I feel like I started stream and I was feeling really, really tired, but I'm slowly waking up. I wanted to do like a quick paint study before I ended stream. I started a little late today, so I figure why not stream a little bit longer than normal to make up for me starting late. So we're we're working on doing a little paint study of these glass blown candies. Okay, maybe this brush? I think that's the one we used before. I kind of like that. I'm just gonna block in kind of what I'm seeing here. Hold up, let me grab this. Oh, our canvas needs to be wider. My bad, guys. Okay, here we go. Now we're ready. Let me lock this layer so I don't accidentally... I have a tendency of drawing on layers I'm not supposed to. I just kind of get into it, and then before you know it, I've drawn over things I shouldn't. I don't usually start with the light spots, but I feel like this plays an important role here, you know? Doesn't have to be perfect. Just kind of guide us a little bit here. I always found drawing and painting difficult. Yeah, if I'm being honest, I still find drawing and painting difficult. It's just one of those things where I feel like maybe in another 10 years, I'll be like, oh, it's so easy, but it doesn't matter what piece I'm starting. I still have that, like, those moments where, like, it just feels impossible. So I hear you with that one. Even this piece, I'm like, how am I gonna do this? I really have, I don't know. When it comes to like drawing and painting, I just have to just dive in and start. It takes time, yeah. It's the sad truth. Don't they say like to become a master you have to have like 10,000 hours or something crazy? I don't think I'm quite near there. But I feel like I've gotten better at being more intentional with the time I spend learning. And I didn't do that in the beginning. So I have some regrets. I feel like this is more of the color at the base here. Granted, it does get darker there. Alright, I think we should block in the candies. I don't want to go too crazy here on the background since we're going to be changing it. Alright, let's start with... I don't know, but I'm looking at this orange one up here in the corner. Ooh. You know what? I'm just going to block them in dark, and then we're going to work on like shape and form first. And then value and color later. Especially since we're dealing with more like complex colors in here because there's like transparency and there's light reflecting. This one can get complicated really fast. Alright, let's get green in here. It's a very yellow green. I'm trying to also make sure I get placement correct on the canvas. Although with these studies, they're not about like perfection. They're more about just getting the values and the shapes down. So I'm not going to worry too much about these being 100% accurate to my reference. Alright, let's go a little cooler blue here. The problem is, you know how they say that you should turn your... Oh, let's just do it now. They, you know how like artists will turn their paintings upside down? And it's because our brains do a lot of like filling in the blanks, and we have a lot of preconceived ideas about what we're seeing. And so I have my preconceived ideas that, oh, I'm drawing like a round circle for this candy, right? But by flipping it, you know, I'm not seeing it as much as candy now. I'm seeing it a little bit more in an abstract way. and it just can help you kind of like see everything a little more as it is in shape terms rather than what your brain thinks it is. Which is, it's helpful for me anyway. It seems to work well, especially when I'm working on portraits. Especially when you get like stuck. It's like sometimes you just gotta flip it around and then you can see your mistakes. That's a nice way to trick yourself. Yeah, it is. It's also nice you can do, I can like flip, well, let me save the file in case it crashes. You can also, in Photoshop, if you go up to image and then rotation and flip horizontal, this is another trick you can use. You can flip the whole canvas. And that's another way. If you're feeling stuck on a painting and something feels off, you can just flip the whole thing. And it's another good way to just kind of shine a light on where things might be going wrong in the painting. Oh, you know what I'm seeing now, guys? I didn't even notice, like, let me draw above on this layer in red. See, now that I flipped it, I'm seeing these shapes in the reflection here on the table. And I didn't notice that before. So flipping it is definitely a handy little trick. Alright, these are probably not going to look finished by the time we're done, but tomorrow we'll work on it more. I just wanted to pull out a reference and get started, you know? And then at some point, you know, as we work along on it, be able to... I feel like, how far along on the canvas here? There we go. I'm just kind of like measuring with my eye and my pencil here on my tablet to make sure I get these placed about right. That angle's a bit more extreme. I'm probably getting a little too carried away with details here at the beginning. I do have a tendency of doing that. I'm definitely guilty for that. Alright, we're just gonna fill that in. Alright, let's get a red. And we got orange down here. I definitely like doing colorful pieces. Although I feel like most people do, but... Okay, I shouldn't say that because I should show you guys this other one we did the other day. Actually, that was the other week. It is not colorful by any means, but... Let me flip my canvas around. This one was really fun. Like, everything's really toned down and, like, muted, but... There's something really just, like... Trying to paint a dark scene is always a lovely challenge. So I enjoyed doing that one. But sometimes it's nice to just do something where you're using, like, super saturated. This looks amazing. Thank you. Yeah, so that one was fun. But, you know, colors are fun too, so it's kind of nice to do. Kind of nice to do things like this too. But all of them start, like when I do them, like this is just my process. So they all look really messy and then it slowly starts to come together. So it really, I'm amazed by my own process and that it works. Which, that may not sound reassuring, but it's part of the process for me at this point. Because I'm still learning. I haven't painted in a really long time, so I'm really just still getting back into it. So it's interesting seeing kind of what's changed and how I approach things differently. I'm a lot less, I'm working digitally, so I don't have to be as timid when I'm working on projects because you're not wasting any materials. So if it doesn't turn out, it's not the end of the world. Oh, I think I made that too big. It'll be fun. I think I'll probably do like a time lapse at the end of this one and maybe put it on my Instagram because this one's going to be particularly challenging. See if I can pull it off. Because right now it's looking a little weird. Maybe it's just gonna end up looking kind of like, it's gonna be like abstract art. That works too. Abstract's cool. Alright, let's get this. Try and see these shapes as much as I can. Get the angles right. I'm just gonna color this all in dark. We'll get in with those lighter shades later. Just kind of block out this composition a little bit more. Actually, this comes in pretty close over here. So I think I can reach that down a little bit more. And then shade this area. We have come a long way since Microsoft Paint. I see. It's very cool to see what you can do with modern computers and software. It's so true. It almost feels like cheating, you know? Because when I've done like oil paintings in real life and just trying to like go back to them, I do have to say I've gotten a little too comfortable with painting on the computer. So I'd like to start getting back into doing physical paints with oils and watercolors again. But I find like, you know, like paints are expensive. So maybe to like warm myself back up into it, like this is a good start. So I've been doing these and then eventually I'm going to try and do a piece for real. But it's a good, I feel like it's a safe space to make mistakes and play around. I've seen people though who do like crazy art in Microsoft Paint. Pretty insane. It's really so true what they say, where like it's not the medium, like it's the skill of the artist, you know? Like you can do crazy stuff with crayons. You can do crazy stuff with Microsoft Paint. I'm like, maybe I could do that as a challenge at some point. Okay, I think the see's brighter. Ooh, not that bright. I think I want to desaturate it a little bit. There we go, that feels better. Getting a lot of like pinkish light in here. I think I might be worrying about the light too much. I think it needs... Ooh, that's too dark. What I do is I will squint my eyes and it helps me kind of see like if my values are balanced to the reference image. That's another thing you can do. Also helps you keep from getting like too caught up in details. I actually learned that from my mom because when we decorate our Christmas tree, she always said like the best way to see if the tree's like missing lights on certain spots is you stand back far away from it and you squint your eyes and you can see the dark patches of where there like it needs more lights strung on the tree. And so I just kind of like started doing that with my paintings and it translated over, so it works. I'm like, well, that's a win. Alright, so we're getting some color in here. I might want to break out some brushes that aren't so stark. These are like too thick of paint. I should have been a little bit more delicate with this one. Okay, also we're missing this little We got this lovely little light patch that comes in under here. We can always re-bring these highlights back in, but this shadowed area up here needs brought further down. Let's color this in too. Oh, we get like, it's like this purple light up here. Probably one of the other candies. But I also like, see how this purple light up here? I know it's a little detail, but it's right next to this like yellowy light. And we're getting those complementary colors. Still pretty. I gotta make sure I don't ruin that. Try to make that a little bit lighter. Maybe not that light. Alright, this doesn't look great. I'm not gonna lie. But it's getting there. It's got the... We're building the foundation. Let's switch brushes because I'm wanting to do something a little more subtle. Let's change to this one. That's better. I think we need to darken... Like, see with this one, it's almost like glazing the canvas. We can just layer these a little bit, soften them out. Let's go into our greens a little bit here. That way we can build this up a little bit better. Also, we need to get this blue. We got this lovely blue color over here. It's about how far down the canvas? Starts about there. Ends about there. It's like a ribbon on the edge. Everything in that little shop was so pretty. But like you start to get worried. You're like, oh my gosh, what if I bump something? Like these people spend hours making all this artwork and then you bump it by accident. Oh my gosh, I would feel absolutely terrible. I'm like, don't touch anything. Like, just look, don't touch. But it's fun because the store had like artwork of a bunch of different artists, so it wasn't the same person, and so it's fun to see just like everybody's different creations like next to each other, and just seeing like everybody had different interests and subjects they wanted to do. Like someone did little candies, and then there was somebody made like a dragon, and there were like all kinds of stuff. Seahorses. Someone did some like an octopus. Oh, we get really, really bright light here. Should probably make this more blue. Probably shouldn't get too crazy. Sadly, I have to go now, but I subscribed and we'll be around next time. Well, thank you so much for subscribing. I really do appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. And if you want to stop by again, feel free. And thank you. Thank you again. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Alright, we're going to put a little highlight in here, guys. We can't go too much longer because it's already getting pretty late and I'm getting hungry. Thank you. Bye. All right. See you later, Gecko. Thanks for stopping by. All right. I need to put in... What are we missing, guys? We're missing shadow under here. So let's put some of that in. I feel like that's part of our foundation we need to get in. Maybe something... Oh, that seems right. But look at those lovely blue shades that are going to come underneath. That's really pretty. Painting glass is really hard, but if you get it right, it's rewarding because it's so trippy. It's very reflective. But then there, you know, there is different types of glass, and so like see, like some parts this isn't transparent, and then some parts are, and then there's like sea glass, which is kind of like matte, like texture. So lots of different variations to try and capture. I think I may have made the tail a little too big on this one, like the twist part. Let's blue it up a little bit. Blue. Grab these highlights. They kind of come in right as the tail turns here. Again, we don't want to go crazy because we are just doing the foundation at this point. Let's darken this up. Also, it seemed to notice that this side of the canvas, or whatever it's laying on, has some gradation. It's a little cooler down in here. A little bit warm here. Let's cool it down then. Down in this section. Get more of that red. And a little bit here with the orange. Let's go this orange. Let's see, what colors am I actually seeing? And this orange needs to come closer here. And kind of at this angle. Actually, it gets pretty dark. But look at the contrast. Like, these are almost like pure whites we get up here. Like, that is really, really bright specular highlight. The key is balancing like how much highlight and then the darkness too, to really like sell that it's glass. If you don't have it right, then it's not gonna look like glass, or it might end up looking like plastic. And so that's what I'm gonna try and do. Try and get that right. Let's go a little more red in this shaded area. Also, I do have some like, there are some creative liberties I can take in this as well. So I don't have to paint exactly what I'm seeing color-wise. Like, there may not have been that much red down in that piece there, but I liked it and I kind of wanted to bring it out more, and so, you know, you can always do that. I think this is gonna need a little bit more curve here and there. I think I'm gonna flatten it out a little bit. Also, I think that's more of a cool, that's a cooler red. Yep, there we go. What time are we? 6:22? Alright guys, I better call it. Just because I'm getting hungry. And we have another day of creating tomorrow, so we don't want to burn ourselves out. This is gonna be fun though. I feel like I got a good foundation down. I feel like the green one in the middle, the green and blue one, somehow looks like a Pokemon. I don't know how, but it does. Like, I don't know which Pokemon, but it's giving... It's kind of giving Pokemon. Alright, I'm just gonna do one more thing here. You guys know how I get when I'm working on these. I have a hard time putting them down when things aren't finished. It's a good thing I'm hungry. Yeah, we're going to work on the shapes a little bit. Also, we get much darker. I'm going to make that almost... I like the idea of making that more of like a purple red in here. That's pretty. That's really pretty. That needs a little bit darker. So we're gonna work on that more. Oh, up here. That looks nice. Let me make sure I got these. Oh, I think that needs to come down more actually. And then like this. And then it just kind of like, it grays out as it comes into here. The camera made it a little blurry. So that's kind of what's happening. Let's get some color in here though. Let's put some turquoise, like blue on this backside a little bit, because I'm not seeing it that much in the reference, but I'm imagining that some of this blue one here is going to be bouncing light back onto that one. So I think we can get away with playing up some colors there that don't exist. And just using our good old imagination a little bit. If it ends up looking weird, we can always just take it out. This is actually colored more too. Hold up, I think more... We need to go more red. Okay, let's desaturate it. And I'm just gonna darken in here. We'll add that light spot back later. I just want to get this darkened down. There we go. And then we're gonna just gradiate that out. We're seeing it's almost like a yellow-green shade here. And then we get more into yellow as it comes out to the edge. It warms up. It's kind of pretty. And then we're back into kind of like these orangey tan shades here. Okay, that... I should call it on that. Alright, we'll be back though. Tomorrow, we're gonna work on this some more for some fun. I just need to put it down. Alright, somebody tell me to stop. Like, I don't know. Let's put the lightest lights here. Let's try and also do... See how the camera, like, faded that edge a little bit? I want to capture that when we paint it. Alright, Emma. Alright, we gotta put it down. Guys, we did good today. Tomorrow we're probably gonna do almost the same thing. I'm gonna probably in the morning figure out why that one scene didn't want to render out correctly in Blender. I don't know what it was doing. Sadly, it did not render them out. So I gotta fix that issue. I probably won't do that on stream because that'll be boring. But we'll get back to painting these candies, these glass candies. And we'll also be working on... What are we gonna be doing? The new collection. We'll be working on that. And maybe tomorrow I'll do some drawing, like pencil sketches, like real pencil sketches. Those won't, like, I can't do watercolors at this desk, but I feel safe doing pencils. So we might do some of those. I'll have to figure out how to work the camera for that because you guys are not gonna be able to see it. So I don't know. I'll keep you guys posted. You can check my Instagram stories. I usually put in stuff there about what I'm going to be doing. But thank you everyone for joining, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. Bye everyone.